Oklahoma, Holmes, Rogan, Holmes, Yuri, Holmes, Rogan, Holmes, Oklahoma, Holmes, Don, Alamaz, 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 Isa, Oklahoma, Alamaz, 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 Redkit, Iwatani, Donna Alamaz, Alamaz, Zokonta, Kalare, Alamaz, 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 Isa, Alamaz, 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 Alamaz. Redkit, Iwatani, Honez, Somas, Honez, Iwatani. Kalare, Alamaz, 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 Redkit, Honez, Oklahoma, Isa, Ray, Alamaz, 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 Isa, Redkit, Larabus, Larabus, Rogan? Zokontar. Alamaz. Alamaz. Holmes. Rogan? Rogan? Donna E. Zokontar. Papadakis. Iwartani. Papadakis. Arictus. Rudkin. Honez. Alamaz. Somas. Alamaz. Zokontar. Oklahoma, Isa. Kalari, Alamaz. Ah! Isa. Redkit. Donna E. Yuri. Donna E. Alamos. 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 Holmes. Glory. Alamos. 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 Holmes. Rogan. Holmes. Rogan. Isa. Zokontal.
A mad tea party. A mad tea party. The March Hare took the watch and looked at it gloomily.
Now, if you only kept on good terms with time, he'd do almost anything you liked with the clock. For instance, Suppose it were 9 o'clock in the morning, just time to begin lessons. You'd only have to whisper a hint to time, and round goes the clock in a twinkling. 1:30, time for dinner.
That would be grand, certainly.
said Alice thoughtfully.
But then I shouldn't be hungry for it, you know.
Not at first, perhaps, said the Hatter. But you could keep it to 1:30, as long as you liked.
Is that the way you manage?
Alice asked. The Hatter shook his head sadly.
Not I, he replied. We quarrelled last March, just before he went mad, you know.
He pointed with his teaspoon at the March Hare.
It was at the great concert given by the Queen of Hearts, and I had to sing, Twinkle, twinkle, little bat, how I wonder what you're at. You know the song, perhaps?
I've heard something like it,
said Alice.
It goes on, you know, the Hatter continued, in this way. Up above the world you fly, like a tea tray in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle. Twinkle, twinkle, little bat.
That would be grand, certainly. That...
Here the dormouse shook itself and began singing in its sleep.
Twinkle, 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 twinkle.
It went on so long they had to pinch it to make it stop.
Well, I'd hardly finished the first verse, said the Hatter, when the Queen bawled out, He's murdering the time off with his head.
How dreadfully savage,
exclaimed Alice.
And ever since that,
The Hatter went on in a sad tone,
he won't do a thing I ask. It's always 6 o'clock now.
Suppose we change the subject.
the March Hare interrupted, yawning.
Oh, I'm getting tired of this. I don't think,
Said Alice, very much confused.
Then you shouldn't talk,
Said the Hatter. This piece of rudeness was more than Alice could bear. She got up in great disgust and walked off. They took no notice of her going, though she looked back once or twice, half hoping they would call after her.
at any rate, I'll never go there again.
Said Alice as she picked her way through the wood.
It's the stupidest tea party I ever was at in all my life.
Just as she said this, she noticed that one of the trees had a door leading right into it.
That's very curious.
She thought.
But everything's curious today. I think I may as well go in at once.
And in she went. At last she found herself in the beautiful garden, among the bright flower beds and the cool fountains.
He's murdering the time.
A mad tea party. The Queen's Croquet Ground. The Queen's Croquet Ground. A large rose tree stood near the entrance of the garden. The roses on it were white, but there were 3 gardeners busily painting them red. Alice thought this a very curious thing, and she went nearer to watch them. She heard one of them say,
Look out now, Five. Don't go splashing paint over me.
Why, I couldn't help it,
said 5 in a sulky tone.
7 jogged my elbow.
7 looked up and said,
That's right, 5. Always lay the blame on others.
You'd better not talk,
said 5.
I heard the Queen say only yesterday you deserve to be beheaded.
What for?
said the one who'd spoken first.
That's none of your business, too.
Said 7.
Yes, it is his business,
Said 5.
and I'll tell him it was for bringing the cook tulip bulbs instead of onions.
7 flung down his brush. Then his eye fell on Alice. The others looked round also, and all of them bowed low.
Would you tell me, please, why you are painting those roses?
Asked Alice. 2 said in a low voice,
Well, you see, miss, there should have been a red rose tree, and we put a white one in by mistake. If the Queen was to find out, we would all have our heads cut off.
At this moment, 5 called out,
The Queen! The Queen!
Alice looked round, eager to see the Queen. Along came a procession of soldiers and courtiers. They were all shaped like the gardeners. Then Alice saw the White Rabbit. It was talking in a hurried, nervous manner. It went by without noticing her. Next came the Knave of Hearts, carrying the King's crown on a crimson velvet cushion. And last of all came the King and Queen of Hearts. When the procession came opposite Alice, they all stopped and looked at her.
What is your name, child?
Asked the Queen.
My name is Alice, so please, Your Majesty.
Said Alice very politely. But she added to herself,
Why, they're only a pack of cards after all. I needn't be afraid of them.
The Queen shouted at Alice.
Can you play croquet?
Yes!
Shouted Alice.
Come on then!
Roared the Queen. Alice wondered what would happen next.
Get to your places!
Shouted the Queen in a voice of thunder. People began running in all directions. When they got settled, the game began.
What is your name, child?
Ha ha ha.
Alice thought she had never seen such a curious croquet ground in her life. It was all ridges and furrows. The croquet balls were live hedgehogs and the mallets were flamingos. To make the arches, the soldiers had to double themselves up and stand on their hands and feet. Alice found it difficult to manage her flamingo. She succeeded in getting its body tucked away under her arm with its legs hanging down. But generally, just as she had got its neck nicely straightened out, it would twist itself round and look up in her face. Then, when she'd got its head down and was going to begin again, she found the hedgehog had unrolled itself and was crawling away. The doubled-up soldiers, too, were always getting up and walking off to other parts of the ground. The Queen was in a furious passion, shouting all the time,
Off with his head!
or
Off with her head!
Alice began to feel very uneasy. She looked for some way to escape when she noticed something very strange. After a minute or two, she realized it was a grin. She said to herself,
It's the Cheshire Cat. Now I have somebody to talk to.
How are you getting on?
said the cat, when there was mouth enough for it to speak with. Alice waited until its eyes appeared.
It's no use speaking to it,
She thought.
till its ears have come, or at least one of them.
In another minute, the whole head appeared.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha.
The cat seemed to think that there was enough of it now in sight, and no more of it appeared.
How do you like the Queen?
Asked the cat.
Not at all.
Said Alice. Then she saw the Queen was close behind her listening. She smiled and passed on.
Who are you talking to?
Said the King, looking at the cat's head with great curiosity.
It's a friend of mine, a Cheshire Cat.
Said Alice.
Allow me to introduce it.
I don't like the look of it at all.
Said the King.
Wah, wah. It may kiss my hand if it likes.
I'd rather not.
The cat remarked.
Don't be impertinent.
Said the King.
And don't look at me like that.
He called to the Queen, who was passing at that moment.
My dear, I wish you would have this cat removed.
The Queen had only one way of settling all difficulties, great or small.
Off with his head!
She said, without even looking round. The King went to get the executioner. But the executioner argued that you couldn't cut off a head unless there was a body. And the King argued that anything that had a head could be beheaded. And the Queen argued that if something wasn't done about it in less than no time, she'd have everybody executed all round. They all began to look very anxious.
How do you like the Queen?
It may kiss my hand.
Off with her head! Off with her head!
How do you like the Queen?
It may kiss my hand.
How do you like the Queen? Off with her head! Off with her head!
Alice's evidence. Who stole the tarts? Who stole the tarts? When Alice arrived at the court, the King and Queen of Hearts were seated on their throne. The knave was standing before them in chains. Near the king was the White Rabbit, with a trumpet in one hand and a scroll of parchment in the other. In the very middle of the court was a table with a large dish of tarts on it. They looked so good it made Alice quite hungry to look at them.
I wish they'd get the trial done
She thought.
and hand round the refreshments.
Alice had never been in a court of justice before, but she had read about them in books.
Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho.
She was quite pleased to find she knew the name of nearly everything there.
That's the judge,
She said to herself.
because of his great wig.
The judge, by the way, was the king. He wore his crown over his wig,
And that's the jury box.
thought Alice.
And I suppose those creatures are the jurors.
Herald, read the accusation,
Said the king. The White Rabbit blew 3 blasts on the trumpet and then unrolled the parchment scroll. This is what he read.
The Queen of Hearts, she made some tarts, all on a summer day. The Knave of Hearts, he stole those tarts and took them quite away.
Consider your verdict, the king said to the jury.
Not yet, not yet.
The rabbit hastily interrupted.
There's a great deal to come before that.
Call the first witness, said the king. The white rabbit blew 3 blasts on the trumpet. The first witness was the hatter. He came in with a teacup in one hand and a piece of bread and butter in the other. Take off your hat, the king said to the hatter. It isn't mine, said the hatter. Stolen? The king exclaimed, turning to the jury, who instantly made a note of the fact. I keep them to sell, the hatter added as an explanation. I've none of my own. I'm a hatter. I'm a hatter. I'm a hatter. Give your evidence, said the king, and don't be nervous or I'll have you executed on the spot. This did not seem to encourage the witness at all. He kept shifting from one foot to the other. In his confusion, he bit a large piece out of his teacup instead of the bread and butter. Just at this moment, Alice felt a very curious sensation. It puzzled her a good deal until she made out what it was. She was beginning to grow larger again. Give your evidence, the king repeated angrily. This made the wretched hatter tremble so he shook off both his shoes. You may go, said the king. The hatter hurriedly left the court without even waiting to put his shoes on. Call the next witness, said the king. It was the Duchess's cook. She carried the pepper box in her hand. Give your evidence, said the king.
Shyt,
Said the cook. The king folded his arms and frowned at the cook. What are tarts made of? He asked.
pepper mostly.
Said the cook. Never mind, said the king. Call the next witness. Alice watched the white rabbit as he fumbled over the list, feeling very curious to see what the next witness would be like. Imagine her surprise when the white rabbit read out at the top of his shrill little voice the name
Alice.
Alice's evidence. A mad pig and down the rabbit. The pool of tea down the rabbit.
The Cheshire Cat's gay.
The Queen's croquet ground. Who stole the top? Alice's evidence. The Queen's croquet ground. Alice's evidence. A mad tea. Alice's evidence.
I'm here.
Cried Alice, quite forgetting how large she'd grown in the last few minutes.
What do you know about this business? The king said to Alice.
Nothing.
Said Alice.
Nothing whatever,
Persisted the king.
Nothing whatever.
Said Alice.
That's very important,
The king said, turning to the jury. They were just beginning to write this down on their slates when the white rabbit spoke.
An important, your majesty means, of course.
He said in a very respectful tone, but frowning and making faces at him.
Unimportant, of course, I meant,
The king hastily said. He went on to himself in an undertone.
Important, unimportant, unimportant, important.
As if he were trying which word sounded best. Some of the jury wrote it down important, and some unimportant.
Unimportant, of course, I meant.
Off with her head! Off with her head!
Alice could see this as she was near enough to look over their slates.
But it doesn't matter a bit.
She thought to herself. At this moment, the king, who'd been for some time busily writing in his notebook, called out,
Silence!
He read out from his book,
Rule 42. All persons more than a mile high to leave the court.
Everybody looked at Alice.
I'm not a mile high.
Said Alice.
You are,
Said the king.
Nearly 2 miles high.
Added the queen.
Well, I shan't go.
Said Alice.
Besides, that's not a regular rule. You invented it just now.
It's the oldest rule in the book.
Said the king.
Then it ought to be number 1.
Said Alice. She had grown so large in the last few minutes, she wasn't a bit afraid of interrupting him.
Unimportant, of course, I meant.
Off with her head!
The king turned pale and shut his notebook hastily.
Consider your verdict, he said to the jury.
No, no!
Said the queen.
Sentence first, verdict afterwards.
Stuff and nonsense.
Said Alice loudly.
The idea of having the sentence first.
Hold your tongue!
Said the queen, turning purple.
I won't.
Said Alice.
Off with her head!
The queen shouted at the top of her voice. Nobody moved.
Who cares for you?
Said Alice, who had grown to her full size by this time.
You're nothing but a pack of cards.
At this, the whole pack rose up into the air and came flying down upon her. She gave a little scream, half of fright and half of anger, and tried to beat them off. She found herself lying on the bank with her head in the lap of her sister, who was gently brushing away some dead leaves that had fluttered down from the trees upon her face.
Wake up, Alice dear.
Said her sister.
Why, what a long sleep you've had.
Oh, I've had such a curious dream.
Said Alice, and she told her sister, as well as she could remember them, all these strange adventures of hers that you have just been reading about. When she had finished, her sister kissed her and said,
It was a curious dream, dear. Certainly. But now run in to your tea. It's getting late.
So Alice got up and ran off, thinking while she ran, as well she might, what a wonderful dream it had been.
Why don't you click on me?
A mad The Queen's Croquet Ground.
The chess.
Alice's Alice's Alice could the king.
Wake up, Alice, dear.
Said her sister.
Why, what a long sleep you've had.
Oh, I've had such a curious dream.
Said Alice, and she told her sister, as well as she could remember them, all these strange adventures of hers that you have just been reading about. When she had finished, her sister kissed her and said,
It was a curious dream, dear. Certainly. But now run in to your tea. It's getting late.
So Alice got up and ran off, thinking while she ran, as well she might, what a wonderful dream it had been.
Why don't you click on me?
A Mad Tea Party. A Mad Tea Party. Alice's Evidence. A Mad Tea. The Pool of Tears. A Mad Tea. Advice from a cat. Who stole the tart?
The Cheshire Cat's game.
The Queen's Croquet Ground. Pig and Pepper. The Queen's
The adventure.
Click here to start from the beginning.
Lava leap. Rafting the rapids. Rafting the rapids. Gushing geyser. Library labyrinth. Library lava leap. Gushing The adventure begins.
Journey to the center of the earth. Looking back to all that occurred to me since that eventful day, I'm scarcely able to believe in the reality of my adventures. They were truly so wonderful that even now I'm bewildered when I think of them. It all began at my uncle's house in the oldest part of Hamburg, one of the few houses that had been spared by the Great Fire of 1842. It was a little off the perpendicular and seemed inclined to fall into the canal. My uncle, Otto Lidenbrock, was 50 years old and a very learned man. He was a professor of philosophy, chemistry, geology, mineralogy, and many other ologies. I took a deep interest in all his doings and hoped someday to be almost as learned myself.
Why don't you click on it tickles?
That Sunday, May the 24th, 1863, he received me in his study. It was a perfect museum containing every natural curiosity that can well be imagined. Minerals, however, predominated. I found him poring over a yellow-leafed volume, which to me appeared desperate little value. My uncle, however, was in raptures.
Wonderful!
He cried.
Wonderful! It is the Heimskringla of Snorre Tarlsson, the celebrated Icelandic author of the 12th century. It is a true and correct account of the Norwegian princes who once reigned in Iceland.
I was about to make a misplaced joke on the subject when a small scrap of parchment fell out of the leaves. Like a hungry man snatching at a morsel of bread, the professor seized it. It was about 5 inches by 3 inches, and was scrawled over in the extraordinary fashion.
I declare,
Cried my uncle.
it is runic and contains some wonderful secret which I must get at any price. I will substitute,
He said.
a letter of our alphabet for that of the runic. We will see what that will produce.
The result appeared very strange to me. My uncle examined the words with a rapt and deep attention.
I should like to know what it means.
He said after a long pause.
The manuscript volume and the smaller document are written in different hands.
He said.
The cryptograph is of much later date than the book. To me, it appears probable that this sentence was written by some owner of the book.
Professor Littenbrock took off his spectacles. Taking a powerful magnifying glass, he examined the book carefully. On the flyleaf was what appeared to be a blot of ink, but on examination he made out more runic characters.
Arne Saknussemm.
He translated in a joyous and triumphant tone.
That is not only an Icelandic name, but that of a learned professor of the 16th century, a celebrated alchemist. This man, Saknussemm,
He went on.
was a very learned man. He probably, like most learned men of his time, wrote in Latin, and barbarous Latin too. Probably we shall find that the phrase is arranged to some mathematical plan. No doubt, a certain sentence has been written out, then jumbled up. But how?
The professor then read out to me a list of letters, taking a letter at a time from each column, which I then wrote down.
But it still makes no sense,
He cried. I took up the execrable puzzle and tried every imaginable way of grouping the letters. It was enough to drive one mad. My eyes strained with looking at the parchment. I was stifling. I wanted air. I fanned myself with the document, seeing first the back and then the front. Imagine my surprise when suddenly I clearly made out Latin words. I had discovered the secret. All you had to do to understand the document was to read it backwards. "Uncle," I cried, "mark it from right to left."
Backwards?
He shouted in wild amazement.
Oh, most cunning Saknussemm!
He snatched the document and read it out as I had done, starting from the end. It was in dog Latin, which, when translated, became...
Descend into the crater of Yockel of Sneffels, which the shade of Scartaris caresses before the calends of July, audacious traveller, and you will reach the centre of the earth. I did, Arne Saknussemm.
My uncle leapt 3 feet from the ground with joy. He punched the air.
"What's o'clock?"
He said. About 3.
We can start at once. Get my portmanteau and your own ready.
Oh, what for?
A journey to the centre of the earth.
While preparations for our journey began, my uncle explained what the mysterious message mean.
The whole of Iceland is composed of volcanoes.
He told me.
They all bear the name of Jökull, which is Icelandic for glacier, because the volcanic eruptions come from ice-bound caverns.
But what, I asked, is meant by Sneffels? Said the professor.
It's a mountain about 5,000 feet in height. One of the most remarkable in the whole island, and now certainly doomed to be the most celebrated in the world. For through its extinct crater we shall reach the centre of the earth.
What about the burning lava? I said.
There are about 300 volcanoes on the whole surface of the globe, but most are extinct. Sneffels is one of them.
And Scartaris and the calends of July? The professor reflected deeply. Then he said,
Sneffels has many craters. Saknussemm has pointed to the exact one which is the highway to the interior of the earth. He tells us that about the end of the month of June, the shadow of Mount Scartaris falls upon the one crater. There can be no doubt about the matter.
Saknussemm is right, I said. He found the entrance to the bowels of the earth. Let's go and see, though how we can do that in the dark is a mystery.
Fear nothing,
replied my uncle.
We shall overcome all such difficulties.
Next day, at 5 o'clock in the morning, the post-chaise was at the door for the start of our adventurous journey. From Hamburg, the railway took us to Kiel. We transferred to a steamship. Our next stop was the capital of Denmark, Copenhagen, where we were to join the good ship Valky for the voyage to Iceland. The schooner entered the channel, and within the hour, the land seemed to sink into the waves. Towards evening, we reached the Skagerrak, cut across the tip of Norway, and entered the North Sea. Two days later, we sighted the coast of Scotland, passed between Orkney and Shetland, and reached the Faroe Islands. On the 11th day, we reached Iceland and steered towards Reykjavik. My uncle pointed to a mountain.
Behold,
he said,
Mount Sneffels.
We were met by Mr. Fridriksson, Professor Natural Science in the College of Reykjavik, who invited us to his house.
Well, Mr. Fridriksson,
My uncle said at dinner that night.
I was desirous of ascertaining if, among your oldest books, you had any of Arne Saknussemm.
Saknussemm! Cried our host. You speak of that great scholar of the 16th century, of that great naturalist, that great alchemist, that great traveller.
Exactly so.
One of the most distinguished men of Icelandic literature and science.
As you say, sir.
One of the most illustrious of men.
True, but what of his works?
His works? We have none of them. Arne Saknussemm was persecuted for heresy, and in 1573 all his works were publicly burnt at Copenhagen by the hand of the common hangman.
Good, capital,
said my uncle, to the astonishment of the Icelander. He went on,
I now understand why Arne Saknussemm, put out of court and forced to hide his magnificent discoveries, was compelled to conceal beneath the veil of an incomprehensible cryptograph the secret.
What secret? Asked Mr. Fridriksson.
A secret which...
stammered my uncle. Have you discovered some wonderful manuscript? Cried Mr. Friedrichsen.
No, I was carried away by my enthusiasm, a mere supposition.
Fortunately, Mr. Friedrichsen decided to change the subject. I hope you will not leave our island without examining its mineral riches, he said. You have no idea how many unknown mountains, glaciers, volcanoes there are which remain to be studied. Without moving from where we sit, I can show you one. It is called Sneffels, one of the most curious volcanoes in existence. Its crater is rarely visited.
Extinct?
Asked my uncle. Extinct for the last 600 years.
Excellent,
said my uncle, who was crossing and uncrossing his legs to prevent himself jumping for joy.
I have decided to begin my studies with an examination of the geological mysteries of this Mount Sneffels. I will endeavour to climb its summit and, if possible, descend into its crater.
Mr. Friedrichsen said he regretted not being able to accompany us, but would arrange a reliable guide. The next day he introduced to a man of tall stature and perfect Herculean build, who was called Hans Bjelke. He was obviously possessed of great strength. His eyes started rather prominently from a very large head. He appeared to be very quick and intelligent. His long hair, which even in England would have been accounted exceedingly red, fell over his athletic shoulders. This native of Iceland was supple in appearance, though he scarcely moved his arms while listening to my uncle's wild gesticulations. He told us the distance to Sneffels was about 22 miles, a journey which we supposed would take about 2 days. His engagement with my uncle was by no means to cease with the arrival at Sneffels. Although we didn't tell him then, he was to accompany us all the way to the interior of the earth. The instruments we were to take with included 1. A centigrade thermometer by Eigel, graduated up to 150 degrees. If the temperature ever went that high, we would certainly be cooked. 2. A manometer, which was worked by compressed air. This would show us the increase in atmospheric pressure as went further underground. 3. A first-class chronometer made by Boissonnas of Geneva and set to the Hamburg meridian. 4. A night glass. 5. 2 compasses to measure both positive and negative inclination. 6. 2 room core lamps, which were very easy to carry and would provide us with electric light when we were in complete darkness. We also packed rifles, revolvers, and powder, ice picks, pickaxes, an axe, lengths of rope, and a silken ladder 300 feet long. For provisions, we took a large quantity of meat and biscuits, as well as gin and tobacco. Finally, we ensured we had plenty of medical supplies. We left Reykjavik with Hans walking at a steady, rapid and unvarying step. He was followed by 2 horses carrying our luggage. My uncle and I came behind, mounted on small but vigorous horses. The journey lasted many days, during which my uncle partly confided in Hans and told him it was his intention to explore the volcano to its limits. Hans listened calmly, then nodded his head. To bury himself in the bowels of the earth, or to travel to its summits was all the same to him. But one thought began to trouble me. We had seen no evidence to prove that Sneffels was really extinct. What proof was there that an eruption was not shortly to take place? Because the monster slept soundly since 1229, does it follow that he is never to wake? In the end, I could stand it no longer. I decided to put the case to my uncle. If he does awake, what is to become of us? I asked.
It is now 600 years since Sneffels has spoken,
he said.
But volcanic eruptions are always preceded by perfectly well-known phenomena. I have questioned many of the local inhabitants. I have studied the soil. I can assure you, there will be no eruption.
He took me into the open country. It was littered with enormous rocks of basalt, granite, lava, and other volcanic substances. Here and there, giant spouts of steam rose into the air from hot springs underground.
You see all this steam?
Asked my uncle.
As long as you see them like this, you have nothing to fear from the volcano.
But how can that be? I asked.
Remember this,
continued the professor.
At the approach of an eruption, these spouts redouble their activity. But they disappear completely when the phenomenon actually begins. You may be quite sure that there is no fear of immediate eruption.
But...
Enough, my boy! When science has spoken, one must hear and obey.
This important matter settled and back with the rest of the party, Hans gave the signal for the start of our climb up the 5,000 feet high volcano of Sneffels. We walked in single file, preceded by Hans, up narrow paths where 2 persons could not possibly walk abreast. As we advanced, the route became more and more difficult and dangerous. Rock broke and gave way under our feet, rushing to the plains below like a series of small avalanches. Then, as I looked down, I saw a prodigious volume of pulverized stone, sand, and dust. It was rising to the heavens like a mighty waterspout, the wind driving it to the mountainside where we perched. "Hastig, hastig!" cried our guide. I certainly knew nothing of Danish, but I well understood his meaning. We quickly hastened out of the area. Then we watched as the gigantic whirlwind of sand passed the very spot we had been. But for the precaution and knowledge of our guide, Our dislocated bodies, our crushed and broken limbs would have been cast to the wind like dust from some unknown meteor. We continued our painful ascent for another 5 hours. Finally, we stood on the summit and prepared to descend into the crater that was to shelter us for the night. The crater of Mount Sneffels formed an inverted cone, the mouth 1/2 mile across and thousands of feet deep. Imagine how it must have been when full of flame and thunder. It reminded me of a giant loaded cannon. It terrified me. To descend into the interior of a cannon, I thought to myself, when it may be loaded and could go off at the least shock, is the act of a madman. I felt like a lamb being led to slaughter. At the bottom were 3 separate shafts through which, when Sneffels was in action, burning lava and poisonous fumes would pour. The professor went to inspect them, running from one to the other. Suddenly, he shouted,
Axel, come here! Make haste! Look at this.
On the side of a giant boulder were the same runic characters, now eaten away by time.
Arne Saknussemm,
Cried my uncle.
can you now have any doubt?
Hans, my uncle, and I passed our first night at the bottom of the crater.
Hello, 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 hello.
Next day, the sky was dark and grey. My uncle was devoured with rage. The reason was simple. Of the 3 openings yawning beneath us, only one had been followed by the adventurous Saknussemm. According to the ancient cryptogram, it would only be known when the shadow of Scartaris fell on it. But with no sun, there was no shadow, and no chance of finding the right route. For days there had been no change in the weather. My uncle was almost frantic. Then, when we had almost given up, the sun's rays began to move across the bottom of the crater. To my uncle's insane delight, the shadow of Scartaris was marked and clear as it slowly moved over the rocks. And at 12 o'clock exactly, when the sun had attained its highest altitude, the shadow fell right upon the central pit.
We have found it!
Gasped the professor.
Forward, my friends, into the interior of the earth.
Our real journey now commenced. The hole itself measured 100 feet across. I leaned over a rock which stood on the edge and looked down. My hair stood on end, my limbs trembled. I was looking down a wild and savage staircase without a banister.
Let us see about the baggage,
Said my uncle.
The fragile objects must be divided into 3 separate parcels, and each of us must carry one on his back. Hans will carry the tools and some of the provisions. Axel will take more of the provisions and the firearms. I will take the rest and the more delicate instruments.
My uncle was certainly not fond of half measures. He had Hans tie the whole of the non-fragile articles into one bundle. This packet was firmly and solidly fastened with strong rope. Then it was simply pitched over the edge of the gulf.
Now then,
He cried.
it's our turn.
The descent then began in the following order. Hans went first, my uncle followed, and I went last. We lowered ourselves on a rope which seemed hardly able to bear the weight of 3 people. The silence was only disturbed by the sound of pieces of rock falling beneath us as we went down. After 3 hours, we seemed to be as far as ever from the bottom of the well. Still we continued to descend, and all the time it was getting darker. We had started at 1 o'clock. By about 11 o'clock at night, I estimated we were some 5,000 feet down. Then I heard the voice of Hans from below.
We have reached the end of the journey,
Said the worthy professor in a satisfied air. What, the interior of the earth? Said I, slipping down to their sides.
No, you stupid fellow.
He said.
But we have reached the bottom of the chimney.
Can we make no further progress? I asked, rather hoping that our adventure might be at an end.
Oh, yes.
He said.
I can dimly see a sort of tunnel which turns to the right. Let us eat and sleep now and continue on the morrow.
By the dim light, we opened our food bags. Then we lay down and tried to sleep on our beds of stone. At 8 o'clock the next morning, a faint kind of dawn awoke us. Rays of daylight glinted from the lava walls. We were able to see objects around us with ease.
We have only just reached the ground level of the island,
Said the professor.
This long vertical tube, which starts at the bottom of the crater of Sneffels, stops here at sea level.
We consulted the barometer to confirm this, but my uncle said he would prefer to use the manometer from this point. With the weight of air becoming greater than its pressure at sea level, our barometer would now become useless. But, I asked my uncle, how will we be able to stand the increasing pressure?
We shall descend very slowly, and so our lungs will gradually get used to breathing condensed air.
He said.
It is well known that aeronauts have gone so high as to be nearly without air at all. As we descend, we may perhaps have too much. We shall see.
As my uncle made this remark, he turned on the Ruhmkorff lamp. Hans was carrying the second lamp, which he also switched on. The effect was magical. This most ingenious application of electricity to practical purposes was to enable us to move along by the light of an artificial day. Lava flowing through this tunnel in 1229 had lined it with crystals of opaque quartz. Limpid clusters of natural glass hung from the roof and seemed to take fire as we passed beneath them. Magnificent! I couldn't help shouting at the wonder of it all. After 10 hours walking, we sat down to eat. We ate ravenously. One thing, however, caused us great uneasiness. Our water reserve was already half exhausted. We had only 5 days' supply left, but my uncle was confident we would find subterranean resources. I was also surprised that the heat was not greater than it was.
What does the thermometer say?
Asked the professor. Scarcely 15 degrees, I said. It's an increase of only 9 degrees since we left.
What do you make of that?
He asked. Well, I explained as best I could, we know from observations that temperature increases for every 100 feet you go into the interior of the Earth. But that figure can depend on the locality. For instance, near an extinct volcano as we are here, the increase is only 1 degree for every 125 feet. So 9 times 125 feet gives us a depth of 1,125 feet.
Not so,
replied the professor.
My own observations show we are now 10,000 feet below sea level.
The professor's calculations were perfectly correct. We were already 6,000 feet deeper down in the bowels of the Earth than anyone had ever been before. But the temperature, which should have been 81 degrees, was in this place only 15 degrees. This was a matter to which we would have to give serious consideration. The next day we resumed our journey. There was a sudden change in the walls on either side of us. Instead of being coated with shining lava as before, they now looked more like living rock. We had arrived there after reaching an intersection of 4 somber and narrow tunnels. The question that faced us now was, which one of them should we take? My uncle had no hesitation about the matter and pointed to the eastern tunnel. We entered it, trusting to chance it was the right one, and found ourselves in the middle of the Silurian period. Look, I shouted to my uncle. This is when the first plants and animals appeared. On the walls I could clearly make out the outlines of seaweed, and I found myself treading on a dust, all that remained of ancient plants and shells. I stopped and picked up an almost perfect shell. What is this? I asked.
Well,
said the professor,
it's the shell of a crustaceous animal of trilobites. This indicates we finally abandoned the crust of lava and the road which the lava ascended. We may have taken the wrong tunnel.
My worry was that rocks did not contain water, and we were running short. By now, we were all beginning to feel the first pangs of thirst. We need to replenish our stock of water very soon. Very soon. We were now in a mighty natural cavern about 100 wide and 150 high. Evidently, the earth had been cast apart here by some violent commotion, leaving a vast gap in which we first people to penetrate. I leaned my hand on the rock and found it had turned black. A coal mine, I cried.
A coal mine without miners,
said my uncle.
This gap was not cut by man.
On the dark walls was written the whole history of the coal period. A geologist could have easily read its different stages of formation. The seams of coal were separated by compressed strata of sandstone and clay. At one time, the earth was covered by rich vegetation created by the tropical heat and perpetual humidity. It was this exuberant vegetation that, lying at the bottom of the sea, had turned first into peat and then into coal. Then, a wall blocked our further progress. In no way could we continue.
Now we know we are not on the route taken by Saknussemm,
said my uncle.
Shall have to go back.
Yes, I said. Our strength lasts. Tomorrow there will be no war left. We returned to the crossroads, and this time we resumed by means of the western gallery. Hans was in front as usual. But now our supply of water had given out. I would have bartered a diamond mine for a glass of pure spring water. Soon I was in terrible pain. I could go no further and fell to the ground. Desperately I cried, "Help! I'm dying!" But my companions were motionless. Were they asleep or dead? Would any of us ever again see the light of day? Then I saw the Icelander get up and creep away from us, lamp in hand. Why was he abandoning us? I tried to cry out, but my voice could find no way through my parched lips. After a long, weary wait, I heard the sound of footsteps. Hans was returning. He went straight to my uncle. "Warten," said Hans. I did not understand a single word of Danish, yet the meaning was clear. "Oh, water! Water!" I cried, gesticulating like a madman. Summoning all our strength, we followed him as he led the way down. Then I heard an accustomed and well-known sound, a kind of dull and sullen roar, like that of a distant waterfall.
Hans was right,
said my uncle.
An underground river is flowing beside us.
We could hear clearly, roaring and rushing behind the granite wall. Only 2 feet separated us from the precious liquid. I could the suspense and suffering no longer. Hans looked at me, and I thought I could see a smile on his face. Then he placed his ear against the dry stone, searching for the spot where it sounded the loudest. He lifted up his axe and started attacking the rock. Almost immediately, we heard a loud and welcome hiss. Then a jet of water burst through the wall. The force almost knocked Hans down, and he uttered a cry of pain. It was scalding hot.
"Never mind, it will soon cool down,"
said my uncle. And before long, we were able to swallow huge mouthfuls. What ecstasy, what incomparable luxury. Where it came from, I could not care. It was water, and though still hot, it brought life back to our hearts. I drank it greedily. But then I made a discovery. It tastes of iron, I shouted.
And excellent for the stomach,
Said my uncle.
It's full of minerals. It may taste of ink, but it's not disagreeable.
Come, I said. Let us fill our water bottles and then try to plug the hole,
No need.
said the professor.
There is more than enough water. Let it run. It will find its own way down and will serve to guide as well as refresh us.
A great idea, I said. With this stream as a companion, there is no further reason why we should not succeed.
Let us press on.
By the following day, we had already forgotten about our sufferings. We breakfasted with a good appetite, drinking our fill of the excellent water. Let's be moving, I cried. And off we started along the granite tunnel, the stream flowing quietly at our feet. Our path now began to trend downwards in earnest. Then, when our estimate showed we had reached a depth of about 6 miles, we received another unexpected surprise. A frightening well suddenly opened up at our feet.
This will take us a long way.
Cried my uncle in rapturous delight.
The projections from the rock form an ideal staircase.
The well was a kind of narrow opening in the mass of granite. The stream was cascading down the hole, and we began to follow. Down we went, during the whole of 2 days, penetrating further into the crust of the earth.
The adventure begins water of life. The route to Rekia, water of life into the crater. Water of lost. Lost.
By the follow our path actually became a much
Water of lost.
For weeks, we traveled deeper into the bowels of the earth. My own calculations had shown that
The inland
Click here to start from the beginning.
water of life. Drafting the rapids. Escape. Gushing geyser. Lava leap. Lava lost. Library labyrinth. Gushing.
Ta-da! That scary-looking place up there must be Darkness's house. I'll bet that's where I'll find him. My name's Sam. I'm going to capture Darkness and put him in a metal lunchbox. I still need to find my flashlight and my lunchbox. I'd better get going. I can't capture Darkness until I find all my pajama sand stuff. Yep, this is Darkness's house, all right. It says rocks. Looks like Darkness isn't a very good speller.
There's no mail. Beat it.
That basket must be lighter than the one on the ground. Pajama Man would just fly up there, but I'm gonna have to figure out a different way. These baskets must be the way up into Darkness's house. I bet it would come down if it weighed more. I need to find my stuff before I go get Darkness.
On Mama's feet when we're dancing.
All right, I admit Prince Rupert is, well, he's a bit awkward, dear.
That's putting it mildly.
But speaking of princes, my pretty daughter, it really is time you thought about getting married.
Oh, Mother.
Now, Rosella, you're nearly 20 years old. Most of your friends are already married.
Mother, I'm not ready. There's so many things I haven't done yet. I want to have fun.
But, Rosella, I happen to know that Prince Throckmorton of Montecore is just mad about you.
Prince Throckmorton? Mother, he's so boring.
He's not boring, Rosella. He's reliable. And he's so handsome. He has the most beautiful smile, don't you think? And he's so intelligent. How many young men do you know whose hobby is conjugating Latin verbs? And you know you should consider yourself lucky. Every princess in the known world is just dying to marry Prince Throckmorton. You really must strike while the iron is hot, Rosella. That's why I've invited the prince to...
Rosella!
My daughter! Rosella! Where are you? Blast! What is this place? Where is my Rosella? My child? How can I get rid of that creature?
supply station systems online. Create new vehicles with your creation button. Create new vehicles with your creation button. Create new vehicles with your creation button.
3, 2, 1, go! First lap, you've won the race. Congratulations! You're the winner! Congratulations! You... Three, 2, 1, go! 3, 2, 1, go!
You're lucky I'm in a good mood. I'm giving you a warning, but I'll be watching for you. You just don't seem to get it, do you? This is your final warning. Next time, you'll be riding with me.
Congratulations! You're most wanted! Three, 2, 1, go!
You're lucky I'm in a good mood. I'm giving you a warning, but I'll be watching for you. just don't seem to get it, do you? This is your final warning. Next time, you'll be riding with me. I don't know what your malfunction is, but you could think about it in jail.
Three, two, one, go!
lucky I'm in a good mood. I'm giving you a warning, but I'll be watching for you. Just don't seem to get it, do you? This is your final warning. Next time, you'll be riding with me.
County.
Step out of the vehicle slowly. You're under arrest.
Three, two, one, go!
You're lucky I'm in a good mood. I'm giving you a warning, but I'll be watching for you.
To County in pursuit of a silver sports car in the Old Tunnel.
All units be advised, Unit 45 in pursuit of a silver sports car.
To County, additional units needed.
All available units, Unit 45 requesting backup in the Old Tunnel.
You just don't seem to get it, do you? This is your final warning. Next time, you'll be riding with me. Step out of the vehicle slowly. You're under arrest.